correctly on the stream side before I proceed into the rest of it. For some reason, it doesn't seem to be loading correctly, but there we go. And I'm getting my little advert for Code Academy. So yeah, we're ready to get started. Right, so today we'll be starting with the... Sorry, I'm not feeling well, so I had just to... I know you can hear me breathing probably rather heavily. Unfortunately, despite being vaccinated and isolating, I somehow picked up the lovely coronavirus. And yes, I dropped the COVID from that and said Rona instead. Or the K part of that, I guess. Corona. Anyway, what we'll be doing as I'm trying to get my thoughts back into order is we'll be starting with the game engine. We'll then do some machine learning stuff. We'll work on the learning algorithm. And then we'll move probably back to the game engine. We might cut it early and only do the engine, and that is just because not feeling well. All right, so with that said, let's make a start. Okay, so I'm just gonna move my logo or my video back to the other side, and here we are back in the engine. Sorry if you could hear the actual stream. I was just checking the sound again myself really quickly. Looks like I have desktop audio muted, so you couldn't, thankfully. So we left off with having created our template projects with our wonderful little thumbnails there. So I'm just gonna load it up real quick. And there we go to create project. We have our thumbnail. We have our little icons. Yeah, so we'll be updating this further. And I just want to see something really quickly. I swear in the tutorial, the guy was able to type in it. But yeah, we'll be resuming from where we left off there. Just give me 1 second to get the video up on my end. And I'm posting a link to the video and where I'm starting at in the chat now. Or I will be posting it nowish. Sorry. Trying not to cough or sneeze. All right. Yeah, he's able to type in his box. I'm not able to. Like, really quickly, I just want to... Yeah. He's able to click in those things. Just want to see something else. Just want to do it this way. Actually, I think it's in... There we go. Yeah, even that way I can't do it, which is what he's using. So I'm just quickly looking at his thing, just to make sure I haven't done something wrong. So, yeah, no, it's just a text box. So I'm just double checking something here. Yep, that's the same. The difference here is this is... Oh, it's path. Sorry, I'm on this line. That is 30. Let me just find it on his really quickly. So I'm looking for... Yep. Okay, so stack panel, horizontal, center, 0, 30, 0, 0, name, 50, and then text. There we go. And then this one should also be a text box, not a block. There we go. So if we do it now, it should work correctly. So switch over to there, and now we can type. Okay, cool. That fixes that error, and now we can move back to the rest of it. So resuming his tutorial. So we're going to go to the new project class file, and he's doing it under the observable collection. So we have view model, new project, and then public new project, and there's our observable collection. So he's going to do private. It returns a bool and validate project path. And all we're doing is we're checking that these are valid. Also, I'm going to make some notes. Okay, so we're storing the path, and then we want to check if the paths are valid, or end with the correct terminator, which should be the slash. So path ends in. Give me 1 second. Sorry. I think I want something else there. I think I want capital P, and it is ends. Yep. And then we're gonna pass in path. There we go. So if it's missing the slash, you want to append the slash to the end of the path. And just to follow his convention, we're going to add one up there. So path plus equals, and then we're adding to it a slash. And then we add to that the project name. So we're adding the project name to it. So this is the full path now. So we're adding in a check to check if this is valid. So just up here, what he's done, he's added in a private bool, and this is valid, and public bool is valid. And for this one, what he's done is get is valid, set Give me 1 second. So that is get is valid. Set if is valid. It's not equal value. And that will be is valid. So we're going to set is valid to value if it's not equal to whatever value is. And then we'll do on property changed, name of is valid. Okay. Sorry, he's talking about code snippets. I'm just skipping ahead up front of his code snippet stuff. There we go. Again, okay, he's still talking about code snippets, so I'm just gonna. There we go. Just make sure if I miss anything. Is valid is private. Is valid without the underscore is public. The is valid is getting the private. The public one is getting the private one, and on the setting, we're checking is a private one already that. If it isn't, then we're changing it. We do this when we change the public one. Okay, that's all the same. So he does private string my property. Oh, he's gonna call it error actually, sorry. Error message. And so then we have a public string error message where we get underscore error message and put a terminator there and set the same way. So, okay, I wish I had his code snippet. He doesn't give it, he just talks about it. There we go. And then if we go down to this validation thing, what we're going to do is initially set is valid to false. And then do an if check. So we're going to check the path itself. So is the name valid? Oh, also going to remove the white spaces apparently. So error So this is the project name is bad. We want to tell, or not there, tell them to put one in. Then we're going to do it a bad one. So we'll do else if, and then we're going to check if any of the characters being used are not valid characters to use. So project name dot index of any, and then we're going to do path dot, and that's capital P path, get invalid file name characters, and then is this not equal to, or not equal to -1. If it's not equal to -1, then this list has something in it, and thus we have an invalid character. So we'll do error message again. I've paused the tutorial. I'm not actually sure if that's what he's doing. I'm assuming. We'll find out together in a moment. So type in project name, should be now path, or project name is invalid. Okay, he's explaining things that I've already said. I'm just going to change my word. I was right on what he did. My wording was wrong. Now I'm just going to follow his wording. Invalid characters used in project name. All right, so he's probably going to want to do this with the path and the path again. Actually, hang on. What we're going to do is undo that pasting. We're going to take both of these. We're going to add else there. And this will be project path. And this will be project path as well, probably. So, yep, there we go. I was right on that one. I'm just double checking this. Is null or... Oh, he did a different one. Is null or white space is what he did. Okay, so... Is null or white space, project path trim. And then we want to do select a valid project path. And then just to keep my capitalization convention in the strings the same. There we go. And then invalid characters used in project path is my guess here. Let's see what he does. And just really quickly, in case they're not here, all right. Oh, hey, sorry, I just realized that people are in the chat. Wow, the chat just popped up. No, it's what's in the link on the description. Cherno does his in Java. By the way, those who don't know Cherno, his material on C++ is great. I often turn to him when I'm stuck with something and I'm not sure how to fix it. I wished he had done one in C++ because his would have been the first I did. In fact, actually, his channel was the first I went to look at this. In case anybody has missed which channel I am using for this, I am going to post where I'm currently paused the video at. So it's 9 minutes, 4 seconds into the third video of this person's series. Yeah, there you go. Welcome in, Tom, by the way. Yeah, I saw you had, but I can't see you on my Discord for some reason. I swear you're on my Discord. Do me a favor, just tag me really quickly in general if you are there, like I think you are, so that I can move you correctly into the Patreon supporters. Cause I had seen that, and yeah, I'm pretty sure you're on my server. At least I'm not going crazy. I swear I saw your name there before. Please tell me I'm not going crazy, because there is a chance that I'm actually going crazy. You know, I actually haven't looked at his code. Tom, do me a favor. Make sure that you've accepted the rule page. So if you go up to rules, you have to accept the rules that are there. Every so often, for some reason, you don't get the pop-up. I've had that happen on someone else's server. Man, that person... Oh. that person, I will not be returning to their server. I spent a couple of days there. They're a streamer, by the way, and oh god. Yeah, what Chica said. What Chica said. Alright, I'm just going to resume the video. I'm not actually doing anything right now because I'm ahead of where he's at. Oh, I'm not apparently. So it's going to be get invalid file name characters instead. There we go. And yeah. Invalid characters use some project path. Oh, okay. We're checking the full path, I guess. Else if. And oh, we're checking if it exists. Yeah. If it's not empty, we have a problem. Oh, okay. You don't see the server. Right. Let me, I think there should be a link in the description, actually. There isn't. Let me very quickly add a link into the description. I'll also post it in the chat. I'm using the RTS remaster because apparently I have that there. So, just really quickly in the chat, there you go. And in here, Discord. And we'll save that. There we go. So if you refresh, also Chica got it too. All right. So we're going to do a check if this already exists. So we're going to do directory.exists.path and directory.enumerated file system. So if it's empty, it's fine, but if there's something in there, then that is a problem. And so our error message will most likely be something like, please select an empty folder. Oh, okay. So his wording, and I'm just going to follow his wording for this tutorial, even if I disagree with some of the coding choices and wording. Because I don't know what his full idea is yet, and I don't want to make assumptions. Project already exists and is not empty. That's why I opened up Notepad, by the way, is I'm going to make notes for things I want to do differently, in case I do run across things that are like dramatic in how they work. I'm assuming you're TV Scoundrel, by the way. Well, that's what you get for being on mobile. You shouldn't be on mobile. How dare you have work where you have to be, you know, physically in a car and doing things. Physically in a car. You can be metaphorically in a car, I guess. Why doesn't your job become metaphorical? We'll pay you metaphorically. I thought it was a good idea. I am insane, though, so, you know, take from that what you will. Then again, I think all humans by default are insane. Okay. Onwards and upwards. And if you're not TV Scoundrel, whoops, I just gave TV Scoundrel access to, okay. Thank God you are. You said that right as I was saying if you weren't. And then we're going to do an else, apparently. This is just an empty. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing an empty? Okay. Oh, because we need to clear it. That's why. And then return is valid. Okay, so we call this every time we do project name and project path. So for this, what we'll do is validate project path. and then once in project path. Okay, there we go. They pay you in hugs. Do you really want hugs, though? Or would you prefer kidney punches? It's okay. We each like kidney punches sometimes. I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm going to blame it on the lack of sleep and, again, the fact that I'm running a temperature and COVID. Because, you know, popping positive on a lateral... The microphone's hiding the lateral flow. Popping positive on a lateral flow is so much fun. Doing a lateral flow is so much fun. Alright. Wow. That actually hurt my throat and my face. Imagine. Also, I just realized why I'm having a hard time telling how loud I am. I forgot to actually set my microphone to pick my voice up. So I'm sitting here going... I can't tell if I'm screaming, talking in a normal voice, what have you. Oh my god. And everyone from GR is watching right now. Yeah, clearly I won't be in today. If you see me there, at least keep 2 meters away from me and shun me. I'm also probably there because I'm delirious from a fever, but I don't think that will happen. Sorry, I am taking a drink. Since I'm not at GR, I'm having my DP here. I just realized something. Almost everyone who I know who likes Dr. Pepper is a nerd. Anyone who I know that doesn't like Dr. Pepper, like hates it, doesn't tend to be a nerd. No one in the chat ruined my perception of the world. Oh, wow, I forgot the word perception. And eventually, by the way, in the C++ stuff, we will be doing in the C++ machine learning stuff MLP, not NLP. I mean, yeah, we'll do that too. NLP, by the way, is just usually some form of MLPs, which is kind of funny. MLP stands for multi-layered perceptron. So, perception. In fact, I forgot it. Yeah. Anywho, let's move back to this thing. Okay. Also, I will never complain if my tutorials are as long as this guy's are, because they're yeah. I guess if I was doing this off live stream, I wouldn't mind the number of like delays, the pausing, and things like that weren't a problem. Because I'm live streaming, I feel like I need to be speaking and I need to be doing stuff. I mean, anything live. Like, when I edit my videos, if there's too long of me just sitting there silently looking at the thing, I will edit that out. And so just sitting here quietly waiting for him to get back to whatever he's doing code-wise, it is hurting me because I'm sitting here all silent going, I got nothing to say. Alright, he's testing it. I already know his code's going to have a bug in it. I've already seen the bug. By the way, if you don't know what the bug is, he isn't calling this up in every instance where he needs it. He's only calling it up in certain ones. I'm assuming he's going to fix that, because the second he tests it... Oh, he stopped his test. He didn't even get to that part. Okay, he might have more bugs, some of which I have missed. And this is one of the nice things about doing tutorials. And this is one of the not so nice things about writing tutorials. There are going to be bugs. You're going to have bugs at all points. When you're doing a tutorial, it's great watching someone solve it. When you're writing it, you feel like an idiot. But we all make mistakes. We all forget a terminator. We all forget to hook up an execute pin. And that is one of the things that I really don't like about some of the questions I get asked, actually. Some of the questions I see asked, which is, I've done everything you've done. Why isn't this working? And I had a moment like that in the last live stream, actually, where I had done everything that was on the thing. I actually I paused his video, and you can see this in the live stream. I go line by line through my code going, you're not getting this error, I am. Our lines match. And because he has something, which is a C# thing in Visual Studio, which I didn't know about, which is it allowed it to automatically add headers in. or includes or usings. Sorry, I forget they're called usings and not includes in C#. And it because that wasn't there, it threw me for a loop. But like if it's running on the tutorial, it runs. There's a reason why for like the survival series, I will do the intro video. Do you know when I record those intro videos? It's after I've recorded all the other videos. What you are seeing in the introduction video is literally the first about minute or 30 seconds to 90 seconds of the recording file of the summary video. And I just restart or I just move the camera back and restart whatever sentence I'm on for the summary video, or restart the intro sentence. It works. You might be missing something, saying I've gone through it, and you could say I've gone through it. I'm blind. I can't find this thing. Please help me. I know I've made a mistake. But going, I've done everything you've done and it's not working, comes across as you saying, hey, your code is wrong. It's not working. I haven't done anything wrong. I sell my code. I know it works. I posted videos of it. I know it works. But I got way off topic there. What I was getting at is we all are going to have bugs. We're all going to make mistakes in our code. It happens. So I do like when someone I'm doing a tutorial goes, oh yeah, crap, I've made a mistake, and then goes to fix it. Also, sometimes we'll intentionally add bugs into code. Like, I've done that cheekily. Like, if you ever see any of my prep files and it says remove this and some swear word or skip this or something, it's because I'm intending to show a bug and I am going to intentionally implant one. And usually, I try to hint when I'm doing this, because I'll say things like hint, hint, or I'll do, this should work, right? Something with my voice to indicate, or some wording to indicate that, hey, this isn't going to work. What I'm asking people to do at that point is to think about why. To engage with the material. It isn't just enough to copy things. Like, I'm adding my own notes in as we go. I'm saving things. I have a note file I have open. Take notes. I am following exactly what this person's doing right now just because it makes sense for what I'm learning. I don't know what he's doing with this. I've never done a game engine. So I'm just kind of absorbing. Anyway, back to the thing. Oh no, he caught the mistake I was talking about. That actually was why he didn't do the testing. Okay. So we're in... I opened the wrong one. Or I moved the wrong one. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to close that because we don't need that. So project browser dialog. There we go. Project overview. Project overview. What is this one? Okay. I'm just going to ignore that for a moment. New window. Or main window, which we'll move over here. New project. New project view. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Sorry, I was just seeing how the folders were structured really quickly before I continued. So we're setting this to disabled off the bat. We'll do is enabled, and we're going to bind this to binding is valid. Give me a second. I'm wondering if I have an error, so I'm going to test. I know it's not going to work correctly. I just want to make sure this binding thing... Okay. That did work. There we go. For some reason, his auto updated on his screen to automatically be disabled. Mine didn't. So I was like, did I skip a step? Did I forget something that I needed to do? Yeah. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to add that error message, which we're going to do between these two parts, these closing stack panels. So we're going to do a text block, and it'll be content. Oops. I didn't mean content. Text. And this will be bound to our error message. So binding error message. And, oh, he's made another mistake. At least I think that's a mistake. So we'll do our margins. And so he's put vertical alignment. I'm going to do horizontal alignment. I'm going to do centered like they have done. Okay. And so what he does next. He's testing it. He still hasn't caught the one I caught. I missed, and I forgot to mention that he didn't implement that. So we need to, whenever the path name is changed, call it up. Sorry, he's still testing it. So I'm going to try to guess at what the fix is. So I have no idea actually for this one. Yeah. So after we do binding project name, that's where we do this update. So it's update source trigger. And its property changed. And we're going to repeat that down here. Now, before he tests it, I want to test it to see if I got it right. I have no idea if it would be right based on, not seeing what his test should look like. Did I not hit the... Sorry, I'm just sitting there waiting for it to load. Now it opened in the other window. Okay, so we go to create project. Okay, so I've clearly done something wrong. Alright, so at least I know where the error is in my stuff. At least I'm assuming he doesn't have that error. I'm going to watch just in case. But while he does that, I'm going to go to their view model base. I lied. Oh, he's fixing the placement. I was right about that one. I'm going to go over to my new project instead. And I'm going to hunt down this bit. And I can see the issue right here. Wait, no, I can't. Okay, project path. Index of any. Sorry, I'm in a lot of pain. Path get invalid file. I thought I fixed this earlier. I swear I made a comment. Oh, he's updating this. I already see the get invalid path characters. I swear, because I remember making a comment about that. There we go. So enter product name. Sorry about that. That should be definitely invalid. There we go. There we go. So that's working. Now, we can't actually create a product. It doesn't do anything. But hey, it works. Alright, please tell me I've unmuted. I have. Okay. So, we're 15 minutes into a 49-minute tutorial, and we're 40-some minutes into the stream. That tells you something. To be fair, I did spend like the first 10 minutes rambling, and there was a 5-minute ramble halfway in. Sorry, I am still watching his thing as I move around. So now we're going to create the project, and we're going to do that above this new project bit here. And it's public void called create project. So we're going to pass in the template of project templates, and then template. So I'm gonna make a note now on something I want to change up on my version. So in create project, he revalidates path actually I might I was gonna say we're gonna do this elsewhere, but I actually might do it in the same spot now that I'm thinking about it. So we're gonna do validate project path, and we'll do if also. This is going to be a string now, apparently. So if is valid, or is not valid in this case, I guess. Then we return string.empty. So he's doing another project path. Oh, he's actually, okay, so he's copying this bit over. What is he? So, okay. He's taking all of this. He's brought this down here. He's going to correct if it's wrong, so correct it if wrong. So give me 1 second. I just want to take a look at something here because I'm going WTF. So we create a variable called path. In it, we store project path. Okay. And it's bound down here. Okay. Where do we actually declare project path? Project path, we declare it here. I just missed it because I'm so used to seeing things after being a function. Again, the joys of switching over to that stuff. Okay. So project path is everything that's in here. Cool. So project path, we want to make sure it ends in a stroke mark. Okay. If not, we add one in. And then to path, we're adding the project name. Okay, so I see what's happening here. Okay. So we only care about the project path. We don't need to store it. But what we do need to do is update that and then add the thing to it. And then path in this case will be project path plus project name. And then we're going to do a try catch. Sorry, I won't get that to work. Okay, or not. So we want to check if the directory exists. So if directory exists path, we need to make sure this is empty. So if it doesn't exist, we'll create it. If it does exist, we need to make sure it's empty. So if it doesn't exist, we'll do that first. Create directory. And all we're doing then is passing in path. And if you look at our template at the top, which he's about to do, lowercase p, I called it. Wait, where? We were talking about where it's located. That isn't project template. Oh, it's the folders list. Okay. Cool. Okay. So we're going to create these in our project folder. So let's go down to our function here. And interesting that I'm getting an error there, but okay. And then we do a for each loop with var folder in template dot folders, and then we'll do directory dot create directory. And there we go. And so we're going to do path path dot get full path. It's path dot path dot get directory get full path get now path dot combine path dot get seriously. I just have to say that C++ is so much easier to work in. Okay, there we go. So this is creating the folders. So also I'm gonna do the exception really quickly because they have a macro that does it for them. So that's debug dot right line x dot message, and then we'll add the to do Okay, and one of the folders needs to be hidden. And that was the something he mentioned in the tutorial. I don't think it's actually something we have listed. Where is this like folders list actually defined? I think I've just keep passing it. Yep, there it is. So it's what we created last time. It's that .primal one. Okay. So we're doing this under create project. And then after the for each loop, and then we want to get the particular one we had earlier. So this is var variable directory info, new directory info, and then we're looking for path. And that path that we're looking for is amended to, or ends with .primal, which they have parimal, and I'm just going to make sure it is .primal. In fact, I'm going to be cheeky and avoid the mistake they have. This is why I copy and paste stuff, because I make that mistake all the time too, which is why I saw it. I see it in other people's stuff. I don't see it in my own. So now that we have it, we're going to take this dir info, or directory info, and we're going to take our attributes, and we are going to do file attributes dot hidden. Okay. So from there, we copy over the icon and screenshot. So we're going to do file dot copy, and this will be template dot icon file path, path get full path, path dot combine, directory info dot full name, comma, and then we're going to store the icon. Okay, and then we're going to do the not the icon, the screenshot file path, and we're going to store this in screenshot. And I'm a bit ahead of him because he's explaining the code again. Funny part was that's actually he's explaining what I had to pause a few minutes ago to work out myself. Yep, there he goes. He's now doing the screenshot. Mistake. He forgot to do this part right here. Also, just really quickly. Which again, I'm not judging him. I make these kinds of mistakes, and it's normal too. Me spotting them is also normal. You will spot my mistakes in my code before I do typically. Because I know what I meant to write. I know what I'm thinking. I'm just going to overlook it. And same thing you do when you do your own work. And this is true not just for coding, but also like essay writing. All right. Sorry, he's not finished what he was talking about. So now we do a copy of the project. So we do the project browser dialog. And from there it is, or not. So it's apparently project dot primal. Okay. Do I need to open? Okay, hang on. So apparently we're creating the files like we did last time. So I'm gonna go to primal editor. Whoa. Oh, he went to project templates. Okay, so he's going to create a new thingamajigger. And we'll call this project dot primal. Yep. Okay. Lowercase p, by the way. All right, so we're gonna take a short little break so I can have a cigarette. I'm gonna leave you with some music while we do that. Also, I just need to take a step away from the computer for a few minutes. Forgot to unmute the microphone as I'm killing the music. Thank you for your patience. And I skipped the part where he's explaining what a project is. So all a project is a list of the scenes, the codes, and the things in it. Also, sorry if you can hear a creaking noise in the background. So we return a string.empty. And for up here, we'll do a return an empty string as well. Oh, sorry, there should be return. So I recognize his editing style. He does the same thing I do, and I'm probably gonna stop doing that now because I don't appreciate it, which is he's editing out the little pauses between each step. So in-game project, where we have new project, we're gonna create a new class. So we're gonna do add. Sorry, hang on. So add. And he does a class for project. And it will be inherit from view model. So we'll add in the view model inheritance. So if we go here, so we're inheriting from view model base there. So we're checking the name. And I'm gonna cheat and I don't care about that. Go back to my new project. And I'm gonna find this bit here. And I'm just going to change out name. Okay. And we're going to do the same for the path. So I'm just going to copy all of this, paste that down there, and do, what's he going to call it actually? Oh, okay, apparently this doesn't have... No, he's actually changing this, so hang on. So, hang on, I'm just going to watch what he's doing. So, instead, what this should be is public string name called get private. And then we'll do that also for the path. And then we need one that's constant for the extension. And we'll allow it to be set. So this returns path and name. Oh, okay, so full path. That's path. name extension. Also, it'd be helpful if I put a terminator there. Because I think it'd be helpful. Eh, we don't need terminators, do we? And then we're making a list of scenes. So, oh. Did I spell observable wrong? Again, I don't know why his automatically works, and I know that won't be right, but here we go. And so he's going to do another one of these, which is public read only observable collection. And then again, scene scenes, and then a getter. And so we're adding a new class for scene. Okay, there we go. And so he's talking, this is also a view model. Also, really quickly, before we do this, okay. While I was in there, what I should have done is take that. There we go. Okay. So he's going to give it a name. And so we can change the name of it. So we're going to just do it this way. We'll do a set. And we'll do if name is not equal to value, just like the other ones. Then we're going to set name to be equal to value. And then on property changed, name of name. And then we'll do public project get private set. So now we're adding our list of scenes and the things that will be included in a project. Now we're going to be serializing them so we can save them. Okay, so we have to add that in. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so why is that still giving me an error? Data contract. There we go. Okay. He's explaining. So when you make this a reference, okay, so we're allowed to save it now. So we need to save the name, its path, and the scenes we have. He's now saying he wants to save this version, not this version. So we're doing that by doing this. I'm getting annoyed by that E issue I'm having. Oh. And then we're doing the constructor, which we're doing at the end of the thing apparently. And taking a string for name and a string for path. So name equals name and path equals path. Okay. I think that's everything he has in that one. And so we're doing constructor for the scenes as well. So this should be scene or public. Sorry, I'm so used to project is equal to project, and name is equal to name, and then we want to make sure the project isn't null, so we're going to do debug, not decimal, debug dot assert. How do I get this to automatically do the thing? There we go. The project is not null. So like ensure, by the way, for those of you familiar with C++, Unreal, what have you. So new project view. And we're going to create a new project under in our create new project try portion. So here what we're going to do is do project or variable project equals new project and path. Okay, that's right. So I'm just making sure it's the right path. And then go back to our constructor for projects. And we're going to add a default scene. We're going to call it default scene. Okay. Now we need to bind this probably over to the button. Oh, we're not done yet. We need to write it to a file. So we're going to do serializer dot to file project path plus template. Sorry, he keeps covering up his code randomly to show other things. Project file path. And then we return path. So talking about how he's going to test it. I'm just going to quickly run it myself. Oh, or not. Literally, as that popped up, so one thing I would do before. He wants to write a handler for when we click on the create button. So we're going to go to here. We're going to go here, select our create button, and just going to come to the end of it here. What we're going to do is we're going to do click, and then we're going to bind that click to on create button click. So this is our new event handler. And then we're going to go over to our new project view. So I'm just going to move this into correct order. New project view, and in here, underneath this new project view, what we're going to do is private void on create button click object set. See, he had that autofill in routed event args e. Okay, and we're going to create a new variable for this. Okay, and then we're going to var project equals vm.create project. Okay. So whatever template is selected from here is what we're creating. Hey there, Anderson. And you're welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying the series I'm doing. So once we've created this, we'll do another variable to close the window. And what we're going to do is close that window out. So we'll create a bool, b dialog result equals false. If b dialog result. Oh. Sorry, this should be project path. So if we get something back here, then the result is true. If we don't, then it is not true. And we can close the window if it is. So dialog result equal dialog. Okay. Now he says he's ready to test it, but now I think he's looking at something else really quickly. Okay, so new project. He just wants to update some of the wording, and this is fairly early on. So what he does here is he just renames this as primal projects. Oh, I have an error. New project view. There we go. Apparently I had a typo in there. Okay, create project. Browse button doesn't work, so whatever. Thanks, Trend. And of course that causes all sorts of errors. Fuck you, Trend. Oh, apparently it did create it, so, okay. Where am I telling it to go? Is documents. Oh, OneDrive, apparently. Okay. I could have just gone in documents, I guess. Oh yeah, primal projects, new project. There's our hidden folder. We'll create a second one. That one seemed to work. Hey, and the errors we're having from the first one's due to trend. Lovely. Okay. I was not looking forward to debugging that one. So, Rana, have I done any major projects? What do you define as major? Because career-wise, I do VR research. They are relatively small projects, but given its research focus, some people would consider that major. And I primarily work in C++, which is why C# every so often makes you go, what the heck is going on? So he's just doing everything I just did. He's checking everything has been created, except for his hidden folder isn't hidden because of the typo I pointed out earlier, which he has is Paramal. He's currently doing his debug checks, so while he's doing his debug checks and I'm listening to him, I will gladly continue conversing with chat. Yes, Paramal does not exist. You were right, person. Sorry, I'm also responding to the guy doing the tutorial. Sorry, I was just checking something really quickly, unrelated to what he's doing. I just had a moment of, do I have 4 templates or 3 templates? And I was like, it should be 4, but I don't remember 3. There are 4. Oh, yeah. Yeah, mine had the issue too. He's working out where his error is. So we're going over to scenes. We're just following him along. He has enough for scene. Okay. Seriously? I swear I set you to automatically fill this thing. There we go. Okay. So... just want to make sure he didn't edit to scene at the bottom there. He did not. So let's test it one more time. Of course, mine opens the other window. Welcome in, by the way, Rana. I was gonna say, I didn't recognize your name. Sorry if I came off a bit harsh. I'm under the weather, so I'm a bit more grumpy than usual. I'm trying not to be. But somehow, despite, being vaccinated, despite wearing masks, despite isolation, I still somehow got Omicron. Yeah. And I've had COVID prior to the lateral flows originally coming out. This round is so much worse than the first round. The side effects are, not fun. I'm honestly surprised I can see the screen, because yesterday I couldn't. So what I normally do is I do games tutorials here. Designing games in Unreal Engine 4 and now 5. The reason I got into that was I was doing VR research, and because I knew I was changing jobs and I wouldn't be doing research for about a year, the joys of changing jobs, I started doing tutorials to keep my skills up and to consolidate my knowledge. Why I did the tutorials I did was because the first set of ever sort of C++ tutorials in UE4, so not just general C++, but game design stuff, I ever did, that I paid for, were so bad that I was just flabbergasted. And in fact, I have not seen a single thing put out by the company that did that tutorial, that published that tutorial, that is worth its money. And it's a company that seems to want to grab money from anyone who wants to come into the tech industry and go, oh, we'll teach you everything you need to know. Give us money. And what they're teaching is truly, truly, truly bad. For example, like the RTS thing they did, because my first series was an RTS one, none of their code actually worked correctly. It wasn't even an RTS. It was a top-down game, yes, but they just took the top-down template and said, it's an RTS pretty much. Here's a car we're adding in. The funny part was, my original subscribers wanted me to do a car, so I decided that I would do a car properly in the RTS series, so I wrote out a physics sort of calculation for it. Not doing that in the new series, by the way, because there's some reasons it isn't the best choice to make. At least for what I want to do with it. In my original run, it was actually a fair enough choice, but what I'm doing in the new series, it won't work the same way. From there, I had already been doing C++ for some time. Funnily enough, my first introduction to that company I mentioned a moment ago that led to me doing the RTS series, and yes, I know the original RTS series isn't the best. I was still learning Unreal. I'd already known C++, so I assumed a lot of the stuff in Unreal Blueprint followed the same rules as normal C++. Yeah, I didn't realize how much of Unreal was its own version of C++, shall we say. So the first thing I ever read from that company, that tutorial, was on an area which I work in, which is machine learning. And let me put it this way, it was a book. And on page, I think it was like 10 or 9, it was very early on. And this also happened again like 2 pages later, by the way, and then like 10 pages later. On one page on the left-hand side, there was, I think, a text, of course, and a figure at the bottom of the page. Okay, that's fine. Got no issue with that. Figures properly labeled and all that, no issues. Nothing minor. Not going to be nitpicking here. At least I don't feel that the next page being an exact duplicate of the previous page minus the figure is nitpicking. And then the page after that did not seem to fit into that. All the material is like that. Even the tutorial, they had like at one point in the description, they literally copied and pasted it twice. It's like, this is the attention to detail. But because of that, I decided I was also going to do my own machine learning stuff in terms of writing out tutorials for it. So I wrote a tutorial, or I'm writing a tutorial for Udemy on designing a machine learning system from scratch. So a neural network system, not machine learning, neural network. Yes, neural networks are a subset of machine learning. In fact, I have a video on that. And some on the genetic algorithm and simulated annealing and all that fun stuff. So all the high-end machine learning and high-end neural network stuff. And I launched this series, this live stream series, when I was I want to learn the stuff, but I just want to share it with people. And when I say learn the stuff, I want to learn how to make my own game engine. I've never done that before. This is completely new to me. I went, all right, so community, I want to share something new with you guys that I haven't done before. Do you guys want to watch me struggle? 80% as of today have said yes, they want to watch me struggle. And so here we are doing doing a game engine where I'm following a tutorial. The link is in the description for which tutorial I'm following. In addition to this, during these live streams, I'm randomly working on different ideas I have for a new set of neural network code I want to do for that Udemy course. The code I'm working on in this live stream, when we do the machine learning stuff and the neural net stuff, might not actually be the code I use in Udemy, but here's a way for me to test it out, give you guys a preview of it, and see how it looks. Also, I need a thing of water. Oh. So yeah, this is something completely new for me, what we're doing here. I've never done my own game engine. Of course, it froze again, because... Okay. I'm going to see if he has the same error as I do. I have a feeling that I know what I did wrong. I'm not giving a look to see to fix that. I know that this should be underscore name. Okay, try that again. Okay, that one worked. So let's go here. Let's open this. I swear I already should have an edit button there, but I don't. Okay, so it's saved that correctly. Let's make sure we have everything there. We have name. We have path. We have scenes. Feel like this is slightly wrong, but we'll take a look at what he does in a second. Sorry, he's using a breakpoint and stepping through each part. Okay, now we're going to check his file against mine. Ah, okay. So that isn't right, actually. He made a mistake. I was wondering why it was just in quotes, and I was assuming it was a C# thing, and I didn't know. All right, so that is down here. It's this bit here. I was like, why is this in quotes? What is he doing? And I didn't want to seem like an idiot. No, he forgot to include that bit. Okay, now we're checking the other part of what we've done. I think mine is wrong based on what I'm seeing on his screen right now. I swear there should have been an edit button by this point. So, sorry. I'm gonna cheat. I should get Notepad++, but yeah. There we go. Okay, that's the same. Good. Okay, yeah, no, mine is completely wrong. Cool. First. So what did I do wrong? Therein lies the question. What part did I screw up? Visual Studio Code better than Notepad. Yeah, I agree with that. I prefer anything. I don't use Visual Studio Code. I use Visual Studio. I do prefer Visual Studio to Notepad++, but for some things like just very quickly editing files like that, I do tend to use Notepad++. I just haven't installed it on the new computer. No. Right, so 43 minutes in. I'm just going to follow through his debugging when he does this. So what I want to do is take a look at that one really quickly. So that's a new projects. Okay, well, we know that part worked. Okay, the part that we know isn't working is this name bit. Actually, wait, hang on. Project path plus name plus six. You know what? Since we've made that edit really quickly, I'm just gonna do this one more time. So I have a new one. Close that out. Yeah, I'm getting something different than him. So template serializer from file, project template, file. Icon, path, full path, combine, icon, icon itself, read in the icon. Okay, we know the screenshot and icon are working. It's a file path I'm worried about. So it's project file path, path, full path, combine. Project name. So where do we create our project? Do project. Create project. Project name. I'm just going to do one more thing really quickly. Just make sure that part's working correctly. Yeah, so the way theirs looks is they have this bit. Let me just copy this over so I can do what they're doing, or show you what they have. So what they have is this. Oops, I did not mean to do that. So I see what's happening here. So what I'm not able to copy is the name and path correctly for some reason. That appears to be the issue I'm having. So name and path. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint there. Okay, we'll create another test. And that seems to actually have the correct... Oh, that's up over. Step in. And both those are coming out as null. Oh no, those came in correctly. They should be null up here. Son of a... Sorry, I clearly just saw the issue. I thought I know I had seen this issue earlier. I thought I fixed it. Apparently, I actually just made the issue worse. There we go. That was my mistake. I'm using Visual Studio 2019. I just haven't updated to the newest one because I just haven't. My main one at work is 2019 as well. Okay. Now let's go back to here. Sorry, I was looking in the wrong area. There we go. Of course, his path and file, or his path and name are empty. What the heck? Okay, so let's see if we can work out if that's a issue on my side or something up on his side. And to do so, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm currently doing and get this organized for ease of reading. Okay. Now let's figure out if that name issue is something that's mine or his. Oh, okay, sorry. He changed it. Okay, so I need to take this. I need to go back here. And we're just going to delete these for now. We're then going to go here. Into this. Into here. Into our templates. We'll start in here. Paste that in. So we'll use format string. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of the writing to a file bit. He's done. So we get rid of that. Actually, I'm just going to comment this out for future reference. So now we want to read the file instead. So we can do var project XML equals file dot read all text template dot project file path. So read in file. Then we're going to take the thing, we're going to take the string from it, and we're going to format the project name and path. Whoa. Okay. That was also not what I wanted. That is what I wanted. And then we are going to write the path as path, get full path, path dot combine, lowercase p for that second path, and it is string format, project name, project dot extension. So we're going to write all text, project path, project XML. I just saw that typo clearly that I've missed. Okay. So go over to, there we go. So I'm just waiting for him to get to this part. Except for mine hasn't worked the same way his has. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so I've done something wrong in this. Okay, so let's walk through this. We I have that bit, file, read all text, template project path, format string, project name, project path. Nope. Probably should have kept checking, but so I am still missing one thing. So we are checking to see if it exists, which is fine. And if not, we're creating it. We then do a for each loop in which we create the folders that we've declared earlier. We then get the directory info and set that one folder to be hidden and store in there our icon and screenshot. We then read in from the template project path. We do project XML, string, format, project XML, project name, project path. Project path is path, get full path, combine lowercase path with project name, project.extension. Just in case. Okay. So what have I done wrong? Cool. I don't care, trend. Sorry, I'm just restarting where he was at earlier, just to see if I missed something. Yep, that's the same for me. Excuse me. That's the same so far. That part isn't working for me. Oh. Well, I've been writing a random file in the wrong spot. Cool. Good to know I've been doing that in the wrong spot this entire time. So let's do TDP 0. There we go. Okay, we're now on the same page as him. Cool. I just tried to close his window. Like, he has the same window open, and I literally just clicked on his trying to close it. Oh, I am really not feeling well. I really am not feeling 100%, man. Like, Oh, I hurt. I deeply hurt. Like, yeah. Okay. At least we made it through one of his tutorials. It only took us 2 hours to get through a 47-minute tutorial. Yeah, I'm not joking. 2 hours to get through a 47-minute tutorial. Oh, wait, he has more, I think. No, he's doing more. He's saying I'm done, but he's gonna, yeah. So we're adding a new class called Open Project. And it'll be view model base. And I'm gonna cheat, and I'm gonna upload this to GitHub. I'm cheating because I'm using GitHub Desktop. Oh wow, me and him have very similar outros. I've never actually listened to his outro about Patreon support. Jesus. What is hang on, let me just pause this video really quickly. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was uploading. This is lesson 3. Okay. Let's go ahead and push that. So if you refresh the GitHub, if you're looking at GitHub, there will now be stuff there for you. We're going to pause and switch over to the machine learning at this point. So here is our machine learning project. I have made an update since the last stream. I did add in our MT. I'm just going to make a very quick note to myself. I'm going to close these things out, by the way, that I'm not using all these random notepads. Jesus. I left a lot of these open. So for the neural net project, switch bool state to enum XLM. Okay. So currently, those who have been following the series, when I did my pseudo-random number generator part of this neural network, I set it up so that it defaults to using the XOR shift instead of using the LCG approach. And I did that by using a bool that says use fast true. Now, what I want to do, given that we have 3 options, technically 4 if you count the built-in rand function. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I just realized I'm probably going to have to include that. Sorry for swearing. We will have an enum, and we'll pass in the enum state, or we'll pass the enum as an argument to switch between which of the pseudo-random number generators we're using in our code. So yeah, just be mindful that I have updated it slightly. Like I said, I've added in this bit down here, these 2 functions. Everything else in this utility file remains the same. Right, but before we do that, we're going to take another short little break. I will put music on, and in fact, the music will stay on the entire time during this part because I'm not listening to anybody else, and I don't need to sit there. I don't need to mute it to hide, or to not hide, but to do thingamajigger. To stream. So I'm not streaming someone else's content that I don't have permission to stream. This is DMCA free music from GKD and Lucas Webb. Josh is a person who I've known for a few years. That's GKD. Actually, he lives near where my parents, or where I grew up. So when I was back in the States last time, I visited him. Not last time, time before that, because last time I was in the States, I was at my brother's wedding, and that was elsewhere. I visited him right after a funeral. Sorry, I just got quickly overcast here. So also, while I'm away, I'll turn the lights on. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to create a Brb button on my thingamajigger. I can't think what it's called. Stream Deck. I had to look at the thing to see what it's called. It says it right on the top of it. One that, you know, mutes the mic, turns the camera off, puts the BRB thing on, and reverses that when pressed again. Right, so we're gonna start with our learning stuff today. Now, to do this, what we need to do is go to our network settings. So, trying to figure out where I put that. Oh. Okay, so enum, and I'm just gonna add the one from earlier, E that I mentioned, class E. What am I gonna call this? Randomizer settings. XOR. Not what I meant to click. XOR, LCG, MT. We'll leave it at that actually for now. Now we're gonna do another one. This will be our learning mode, and this will be online for batch. And then we're going to do another one called enum class learning paradigm, and this will be either supervised or unsupervised. Okay. Now that we've done that, let's create a new folder here. Actually, we'll add this under neural network as part of its system. This will be called learning. And we're going to mirror this down here. Okay. So let's pop over learning, new item. This will be a header. And this will be our learning. I mean, I realize I'm not going to be putting the algorithms in here, but we'll call it learning algorithm. Okay. I'm just going to copy over my little copyright thingamajigger. And this is our learning algorithm class declaration. Where did I get this from? Sorry, that's just gonna drive me crazy. This class file is for neural networks learning algorithms, both backpropagation and I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna include that. Okay, we don't need anything else there. So first thing we want to do is, of course, declare our class, and this class will be our learning algorithm. Okay. Now, I did not, in all of this, actually open up something I want to have open. And I don't know where I've actually put it. I like my little markers I have. I just must be haven't been doing the other one. It has been indented, okay. And so we'll start with our constructor. And for now, I'm just gonna leave this as a blank one. We'll do our destructor. And let's pop over to, oh no, I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat like I normally do. I'm gonna error this out. Give it a second. There we go. There is the code for the implementation file. Yes, move it. And let's pop open this, and we're gonna do include. We're gonna go back until we see includes. Then we're gonna go into our neural network, and then learning, and then there. Okay. Cool. Before I actually go forward, I'm going to start with just defining our attributes, just in case. Sorry, I'm trying to get my notes back up on screen. And so with our attributes, we're going to start with our, oh sorry, let me get the thing I wanted, which was this thing. Attributes. There we go. And we're going to start with protected for our scope. And we are going to do learning mode. Oh, sorry. First, let's fix this typo. Second, we need to have an include. And before we do this, these should all be E. So this include, we're going to go back a couple of layers. There we go. And so our first one is going to be E learning mode, and we're going to call this learning mode. Our next one will be, so our learning mode, if we go here, if it's online or batch. So just really quickly, what I wanted to say is, remember what I was gonna say actually, to be fair, so ignore me. Ignore me, ignore me, ignore me. Sorry about that. Alright, so next we're gonna have E learning paradigm. This is gonna be our learning paradigm. And our paradigms are listed, of course, here. So we're supervised or unsupervised. That E issue is going to drive me up the damn wall still. And then we're going to have number of epoch stroke generations. So it's epochs and neural networks, generations, and other areas. Sorry, I got confused because it looked like my stream had frozen, but it hadn't. Thank you, Trend. You can go away now, Trend. All right, so for this, we're gonna do int max, or sorry, this is gonna be the maximum number of epochs. And instead of int, we're gonna do uint32. And we will default this out to 100 for now. Yeah, sometimes I get that error, sometimes I don't. And I'm just gonna make sure I didn't do a typo thingy. Otherwise I have to get that header for it. And I always forget what header uint is, so give me 1 second. I really should know off the top of my head. It's C standard int. So that's include C standard int. There we go. Okay. And then we're gonna have, I think it's gonna be our current epoch stroke generation. That's gonna be uint32t epoch, and we're gonna have that just be 0 for now. And then we will have our minimal acceptable error, which will be of type double, and this is called min overall error, which will default to 0.01. Again, that issue with my E key, really gonna piss me off. Then we're gonna have learning rate, which I sometimes call step, by the way, just as a heads up. And we'll default that to 0.1. And then we're gonna have a boolean. Should the training data be printed to the screen? This will be a boolean called bprint training, which will default to false. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I realize I have my notes open, and I'm just trying to find something in it because I forgot how I wanted to handle something. So I'm just quickly hunting that down. Problem is, I don't seem to have my note for it. There it is. That was not my note. That is not what I wanted. That is also not what I'm looking for. You would think I'd be better organized than this, but here's the truth about it. That's the file I opened a minute ago. That's also not what I want. Nope, that's this file. Whoops. Okay. Neural network tests. That's my version for Unreal for a neural network. Machine learning. Oh, I know why I can't find it. I'm in the wrong folder. Not the wrong folder. I'm in the wrong drive all in. Yeah. I'm in my D drive. I want to be my D drive. And there it is. Not the right note. Not the right file. There you are. Found it. Okay. There is my neural exceptions file. Okay, now what I haven't decided is where I want to put this. I'm just going to check my debug utils. I'm going to do it in my debug utils, actually. Sorry, my brain has just gone bleh. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Actually, I think I've already done what I wanted to do. So I think I have. Sorry, I was just responding to a message on Discord about in real life stuff. Someone asked me if I was attending an event today that I normally attend, and my response was, I'm not, because COVID. Right, okay. Prep notes. So just give me one more second. I'm checking my other notes on if I want to do this as a multiple class thing or as one massive class. So just give me a second. Yeah, we're gonna do this as this. Oh, shit. This is now gonna be renamed. And so will this one, because this will be a superclass. Okay, and I know that what I'm going to do next is my methods. And we're going to start in the public scope, and we're going to have our first virtual void called train. Virtual void forward. Which is literally in it. I close the folder. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it this way. I'll do it this way instead. Then we're gonna do another one like that, which is virtual void forward uint32 ti. So these are backwards and forward propagations. Then we're gonna do virtual double, calc new weight. So uint32 t layer number in. So which layer are we looking at? uint32t. Then we're gonna look at the input in that we're using, and then uint32t neuron in. And this is I'm just gonna call this neuron in. This is the position of that neuron in the neural network that we're looking at. And again, this is going to be abstracted out like that. And then we're gonna do another version of this using error instead. So it's gonna be virtual double calc new weight uint32t layer number in. So same there. We still need the same input, so that remains the same. We still need our neuron. So the only difference here is that we'll be using our error to help update. And again, we'll abstract this one out completely. Then we're gonna write some for testing the network out. We're gonna have two. Again, we're gonna be using overrides for that. So we'll do, actually, this is returns nothing. There we go. And then another one of those, but this one will be using an integer. Okay. So, just really quickly gonna copy that again. And these are our abstracted methods. They'll be defined by the child classes we derive from this one. And then we're gonna have that one more time. We're gonna have global all learning setups. So this one will have a I lied, we skipped one thing here. Sorry. We need one more virtual void. This one will be called print also. Okay, so first we're gonna have void set max epochs uint 32t value. Here, I'm just gonna call this x. And now I'm gonna turn around and actually start declaring things. So let's just have that created there. There we go. And let's just create this one. This is simple enough that I'm just gonna do max epochs is equal to x. I did make that protected, right? Yeah. And we're using protected is because we're inheriting. That's why we want access to some of this stuff. So now that we have that in place, what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn around. By the way, for anyone listening, is the music too loud? Let me know if it is. Then we're gonna do a inline uint 32t get max epochs, and this will return max epochs. Okay. And then we're gonna do inline uint 32. Sorry, hang on. Let me just start commenting this out. So set max number of epochs. And this one will return max number of epochs. I'm also going to include my stroke generations because my something self likes having that in there. Get epoch. Return epoch. So this one is returning. Sorry, returning current epoch stroke generation. Alright. Next we're going to have our error related ones. So we're going to do first void set min overall error. And this will be uint. Sorry, let me just double check it. Uint. It's double. It's double. Double x. And let's just quickly define this. All we're going to do is min overall error is equal to x. I'm going to build real quick, make sure I don't get any error messages random at this point. I might actually. I did. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to do inline double get min overall error. And we're going to do also first do const on these. Const return min overall error. So set min over set minimum overall error. Get minimum overall error. We're going to do this with our learning rate now. So we're going to do a void set learning rate. Pretty sure that's a double as well. Yeah. And this one's fairly simple too. So let's quickly define it. We'll do learning rate is equal to X. And I realized while doing this, I skipped a couple of things I wanted to do. But we'll come back to those in a minute. Let me just finish up what I'm doing here. Inline double get learning rate const return our learning rate. Okay, so set learning rate per epoch, return learning rate. I have no idea why I capitalized those there. Cool. So let's do the ones I forgot to do, which is our learning mode and our learning paradigm. So what we'll do is learning mode first, which will be void set learning mode, and this will be e learning mode. We're also going to name this X, and just to save a bit of time, inline e learning mode get learning mode. I forgot the word get for a second there. My brain is not firing on full cylinders, clearly. And we're going to return learning mode. And then void set learning paradigm, e learning paradigm. And then inline e learning paradigm, get learning paradigm. Const return learning paradigm. Whew, sorry, again, not feeling 100%. So sets learning mode. Returns learning mode. All right, then we set learning paradigm, and then return learning paradigm. All right, so we've declared two of these, but haven't defined them, so let's quickly define them. And again, these are fairly simple. We're going to take our learning mode and set it equal to whatever we're passing in, and we're going to repeat the same for our paradigm. So learning paradigm. There we go. Let's just build really quickly, make sure there are no errors. We successfully built. Now, we're going to need to have in here our training data and some other stuff, but we'll take care of that later. And that's actually going to go in this area. Right. I need to give me like 30 seconds. Sorry, when was I muted? Sorry about that. I've been talking the entire time, and I'm glad that someone pointed out that I was muted. I am so sorry about that. I have no idea how long I've been muted. Probably before I started the Delta rule stuff when I wasn't feeling well. The joys of having COVID, my brain is a bit, yeah. Alright, so with that done, we will, I lost track of what I was doing, actually, again, thanks to the COVID brain. Oh god, what the shit was I doing? We're doing our cost calculations for our Delta rule. Hi, by the way, how you doing, and welcome in today. Yeah, we need to set that enum we just created, so we need to include it. So we're going to, oh my god, wow, I'm really struggling with basic typing today, more so than usual. Yeah, nope, not utilities, enums. There we go. So we have another attribute to include, which is our loss measurement, which I'm actually going to default this time around to, actually, let's go back in here because it's bad form. I didn't default the other ones. And in here, we're going to do learning mode online as our default. And then our default here, learning mode. Nope. E-learning paradigm will default to supervised. And it's not because these are the first on the list. I always default to supervised, and I just picked a random one for that default, to be fair. So for this one, we're going to default to simple error. So my normal default for my cost/loss function, which, yes, some people do call error, and technically it is. It's okay. It's one of the semantic nightmares in statistics. There is a difference between loss, cost, and error. You ask 20 different data scientists what the difference is, and 20 different programmers, you're going to get probably one of 4 different answers. And then maybe somebody like me going, it depends on who you talk to. And that's simply because some people... Actually, let me actually bring up the slides for Udemy that I'm writing. So here, let's pull up the slide. And so error is the individual, what I define error as is variance. It's the individual variation from the expected. And if you're used to basic statistics, you're used to basic sort of, like when I say basic statistics, you don't work in data science, you're doing first year stats kind of stuff, and you're familiar with that, this is step 1 of finding your sum of squares. Bracket x minus x bar. Except for in this case, it's x bar. What I'm doing here is x bar minus x. It actually could go either way. So this is what we expect. Theta is what we expect. Theta hat. If you ever see a hat in any data science algorithm, formulae, the hat is that little triangle on top. That means estimation. This is what we're estimating, what we're guessing, what we have observed, whatever word you want to use there. All those words are correct to use, by the way. They aren't interchangeable, but within that sentence they are. Within data science, in that context, they're interchangeable, but the actual meaning of those words within data science aren't interchangeable. Basically, it's the outcome. That word we can use for all of them. There's subtypes of outcomes. Are we observing something? Are we calculating something? What have you? Now, some people will call this loss. And then some people will call this, do I have it on the slide? I don't. But loss is the sum or aggregate of that information. And there are different ways to do it. So one of the ones you saw me do up there. So simple, if we go back to network settings here, simple would be if we took all of these and just sum them. Squared also, you know what? I'm just going to do this correctly. There we go. Okay, that makes me happier. And I'll talk about what I just did in a second. Why do I have squared? What is squared? Oh, I know why I've done squared. Okay, so squared is if we take all of these, individually square them, and then sum them. So this would be sum of squares. Sum of squares error. So actually what I'm going to do is just rename this SSE. Actually, SSE. Sum of squares error. Okay. Then we have n degrees. Let's not talk about n degrees. I don't have any visuals to walk you through degrees of freedom and things like that. But we then have MSE, mean squared error, which is what I said, hey, there's this thing. And this is used in regression algorithms. Notice we're using regression-based ones in here. I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't think we've done the hover one in here. Because this is delta rule. Delta rule is only going to work with linear. Or, not linear, with continuous data. So it's going to be regression-based. So mean squared error, we take the squared thing I just described, where we square each of the individual, that's what the I stands for, expected and observed, square it to get rid of that negative value, and then we sum them all up, and then we multiply that by 1 over the number of I'm cheating. I can look at my own thing. N. Well, N is a number. It's the number of inputs we have. Sorry, the number of outputs. The number of outputs. It's the number of outputs. I'm not sure why I said that. Inputs. But the problem with this, and I think I have a slide that says this somewhere. Oh, here it is. So it penalizes larger errors. And the reason it penalizes larger errors is we're squaring this value. We are magnifying, we are linearly, technically it's a linear growth, exploding out the magnitude of error. And the problem with that is when you have outliers. And an outlier, when you're looking at error, can change directions. I used to teach a stats class where we used one outlier point to change the actual direction of a legitimate regression. So it went from a negative correlation, or negative prediction, to a positive prediction. Now, an alternative to this is the mean absolute error, where instead of taking the square, we get the absolute value. Now, this handles this handles error better. So if we know we're going to have a lot of tau in our data, a lot of noise, sorry, take that back. A lot of, we're going to have fat tails on our data. Then we know that we probably want to use mean square error. But if we're going to have a lot of variation and noise within our data, then because we're not magnifying that error, we are more prone to error due to noise. So we do have an alternative approach where we combine both of them into one. And you'll notice we take the absolute error here, but then we raise it. And we raise it to an unknown power, P. And P can be whatever value you want. It can be a big value, a small value, a negative value. It's all on a slide, as you can see. And we get from that we then raise it to that power. And thus we can control for it. Now, as for hover, we'll talk about the hover loss function later on. Pretty much it's actually also the same idea here. Actually, we might include hover. So hover, what it does is it kind of picks between MSE and MAE. So what we do is we look for y minus our y minus our that's not a y, I realize. No, it is a y. What is our function of x here? Why can't I remember? This is the brain fart stuff going on. Is our observed? It's observed minus expected. So is our expected minus observed? Is our error less than or equal to sigma? And if it is, then what we do is we use mean squared error modified with this 1 divided by 1 over 2 approach. So we're taking 1/2 of this. Otherwise, we do the mean absolute error multiplied by whatever our sigma threshold value was. This is a threshold value. Now, I don't have any of my stats textbooks up here. To give you an idea of threshold values, I have a stats textbook, my favorite stats textbook actually, it's from my undergrad years, and I recommend it to my undergrads currently if they can find it in the UK, because the international edition is awful. The American edition is really good. The international edition says something correct, following it up with the most incorrect statement I've ever read in my life. Like, I hurt hearing it. And it's actually one of the reasons one Britishisms I don't like is the word maths. There is not a plural. Mathematics isn't a plural. It's a singular. There is one form of math. You can do everything in any form of math in the other forms. It might just take longer. Remember why calculus was invented was because algebra was taking too long. But you can break that math down. Okay. If you don't believe me on that, take basic arithmetic. 5 times 3. I can take that into even further basic arithmetic. 5 plus 5 plus 5. All math is one language. Statistics, however, is 2 different languages. So stats, plural, is correct. Sorry, that's a completely unrelated rant. Now, the reason why I bring this up, or this textbook up, is to explain threshold, is that favorite textbook of mine, I would say about 25% of that textbook is just threshold tables. Really, really nice threshold tables. Actually, they're the best threshold table I've ever seen. They're what I call the lazy threshold table, which is why it takes so much room. Because usually a threshold table will have 2 values for you on the threshold, and you get to work out the other options you have. So you'll have mean to tail, and then mean to value. Those are the 2 that you usually get. The one I have is mean to value, mean to mirrored mean, tail to it has just really fun ones, and I like that. But those are really long tables. I'm not explaining it. So, you know what? Let's actually add this in. Let's add in hover to this. And let's add in I'm just gonna call it power for now. Sorry for the really kind of randomable explaining this. So this is E loss measurement, and I'm gonna call this our loss measurement, following my naming convention from earlier, and we're going to default this. Sorry, I couldn't hear the word default for a second. To we're going to go with simple. And again, not because it's the first on the list, but that's because where I typically tend to start with my code. Also, please tell me that I didn't call it simpy. No, dude, there is an L in there. I had a moment. Did I call it simpy? Oh, okay. All right, so next we're gonna move into our private scope, and we're gonna do uint 32t, and we're gonna do current record. So where are we at in our in our training paradigm? And we're gonna default that out to 0. And then we're gonna have an std vector of doubles called new weights. Doubles. I like how I actually typed in doubles. Oh, okay. Right. So we're actually gonna have a constructor for this one. And you know what? I'm actually going to go back to my learning algorithm master here, and we're going to include our network. I lied. It'd be helpful if I went to the right one. I didn't lie. I typed the wrong thing in. I usually say I lied when I said the wrong thing. All right, and in here we're gonna have neural. Oh, sorry. I named it network in this version instead of neural network. We're gonna have network, and we're gonna do network in. So this is the network which we are training. All right. Just trying to think of anything else I want to do before. Let's write this one out, because this one's gonna be a bit wonky. And we're gonna start by cheating again. Let it run its thing. Give us an error message. Take that. That can go down into our learning folder down there. Okay. Pop it open, and it is include back. There we go. Okay. Let's actually just do all 3 of these at one go. And I'm not gonna write that one in here anyway. So let's start with this one, our network in. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do learning paradigm, which we're inheriting from its parent, is equal to now e-learning paradigm. Nope. And then we're gonna switch this over to supervised learning for now. All right, so from there, I have a feeling I skipped something in the parent. And I'm just gonna go check the parent real quick. Yeah. You know, it's ironic I said, oh yeah, we should include this in the parent because I know the other children are gonna need it. But you know, the one thing that should have already been there was that header. Why? Because we need to include a reference to the network. And I forgot to actually declare that in here. Now, I'm gonna check my notes from the Udemy stuff if this is gonna be a private one or a public one. Because I can't remember quite what I decided on. Protected. I put this all in protected because I want the children to all have access to it. That was a dumb question. It should have been private. It was either gonna be public or private. That state. I should have known the second I wanted to ignore me. Okay. Okay. I mean, not like this is gonna be running any other network at the time, but right now. All right. So we called it neural net. Let's pop back over here. And what we need to do is we need to set neural net. Give me 1 second. I want to make this a pointer. Equals network. And yes, I know that's going to result in an error in a second. do that and that. No, I put it in the wrong spot. We do that, we get rid of that problem, don't we? Right? Once we fix this up. Wait, why are we doing that now? Sorry. This should all be pointers. Ignore me. The ampersand goes elsewhere. I'm having a moment. I'm gonna blame COVID again. Okay. So, we're setting our defaults here. We will then need to resize the vector of weights. We then need to get the number of hidden layers from network. We then need to loop through the layers, the length of the layers, and update or sorry, this is all part of that process. Sorry, I didn't mean to put a space there. That's why I got confused. I'm like, we're resizing it here. Okay, from there what we need to do is we're gonna handle if there is only one hidden layer, and handle multiple hidden layers. And that's actually all we really need to do. And what we're doing when we're doing this is we are getting or resizing, and then we're getting the current weights. I think that's the easiest way to explain this. Getting the current weights, okay? So what we're gonna do with that, to do that, that is, why are you giving me? Sorry, I'm just gonna give them something so I don't have that annoying error just hanging over me. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to. You have no space allocated to memory. Okay, now the error is gone. One would hope. What error am I gonna get? Oh, I got it successfully built. Okay. Overall general error is uninitialized. Overall general error is, you piece of crap. Okay, anywho. What we want to do is we want to get an int. We want to declare a uint 32. I'm just going to double check that it is a 32. Number of hidden layers. Number of neurons in layer. Self-reference next layer. I remember where I set my number of hidden layers. I know I set a dummy one in here. That's why I'm going here. Yeah, it's uint 32. Cool. Number of hidden layers. And then what we want to do is we want to get the neural net dot get number of hidden layers, which apparently we don't have. Hang on. Network. Number of hidden layers. Oh, hey, we haven't written this one. Cool. So, returns, or they're done gets here, gets the number of hidden layers. So, inline uint 32 get num of hidden layers. Const return number of hidden layers. Again, that E thing. Okay. It was auto-fixing that for me before, which is why I made that sigh of disgust. That wasn't a sigh of disgust at myself for that mistake, because I'm prone to making that mistake. Alright, so we're just using this for our loop. So we're done that part. Now we're going to loop through that. So for size t, I is 0, I is less than the number of hidden neurons local, I++. Okay. So this is just gonna distract you. It's also not if we're have one layer. Give me 1 second. We're gonna do is an int number of neurons in layer we're just gonna default that out to 0 each time. It's not int uint 32 t comma number of inputs in. Yeah, we're updating the weights, the input weights, yeah. So it's the ones in, not out, sorry. I was thinking about the direction of that for a second. In neuron, which we're gonna also default out to 0 for now. Okay. So, if I is less than the number of hidden layers. No, I'm almost tempted to get rid of that local because it's just gonna drive me up the wall. I haven't been using local for anything else. Okay. If I is less than the number of hidden layers, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the number of neurons in the layer, and we are going to take the neural net. We are going to get from that the hidden layer. So we need to write a method for that. And if we head over to... Sorry, give me a second. Neuron layer network. I had to think about that. I don't know why I had to think about something really simple for a second there, because my brain is truly fried. I'm just pondering out what I was trying to think about a minute ago. Trying to code and keep an eye on the chat's real fun, even though it's kind of silent in the chat. That's not a problem, by the way. I was muted for, at least 10 minutes at one point. It's a bit... I think the funny part about that, speaking of which, as a brain fart happens on what I was about to say, I think the funny part about that was when I came back, I said, oh, I need a button on my stream deck that turns the camera back on, removes the be right back sign, and unmutes me. The irony that I forgot to unmute myself after having said all of that. So, what was I doing? I want to work out how I'm getting this hidden layer. Gets the number of because what we want is the number of the neurons in the layer. It's the number of neurons in a hidden layer. So we're gonna do inline uint32 get number of hidden neurons, and we're gonna pass in a size t I const return, and we are going to do our hidden layers ref at that index at index I. So we're not returning that, we're returning the number of thingamajigger. So let's go to our start with our layer master, and it's called number of neurons in layer. But we have a getter for that somewhere. Get number of neurons in layer. That's what I was looking for. So let's go back to our network header, and then we're gonna do that is get number of Okay, hang on. Let me read the error for real. Operator, yeah, that's what I just did, isn't it? Operator, arrow star operator applied to const Expression must be... Oh, that's what I wanted to put in. Expression must have a class type, but it has to be hidden layer. Expression must have class type, but has type hidden layer. Give me 1 second. Okay. I realized I put the arrow operator in the wrong spot, like as I was typing. That's why I paused for a moment. Like, it was such a simple mistake, and I don't know what was wrong with me. I don't know why I thought this dot operator was part of the neuron, the hidden layer class, instead of part of, you know, it's the vector class. We're looking at a vector. At what? There. Yeah. Sorry about that. So this is the number of hidden neurons. We're in Delta Rule, right? Neural net. And this is now, there we go. Oh, of course that's not gonna work. We need to pass in our index. So we're getting the number in this current layer. So we're populating this thing that we just filled in. All right. So gets number of neurons at current layer, and the current layer is the one we're iterating through. Just not going to write that out in a comment. Right. We're then going to have a nested loop in this part, and what we're going to do is we're going to do for size t k. Let's do j equals 0. Is j is less than the number of neurons in the layer, and we will increment j with every iteration through the loop. And what we're gonna do is fill in our inputs. So we're gonna do number of inputs into the neuron. So we're looking at we're gonna have to create another few functions to get this part to work, and I'm just in my addled brain trying to work out the path I want to take to do that. What I am going to do is I'm gonna mute or turn my camera off for a second. Just have a quick break. If you don't get what I mean, welcome to the channel, clearly, because you haven't been here before then. And I'm gonna have a cig. An actual cigarette, by the way. It's just a nasty habit, one that I'm trying to stop and failing miserably at. But because it's a nasty habit, you guys don't need to see it. I don't need to encourage other people to do it in any way outside saying it's a nasty habit. And it's also really bad to do when you have COVID. All right, so yeah, you'll have music and you'll hear a bit of clicking. Of course, I say that and the lighter does not light. I'm pretty sure there's 2 other lighters in my pocket for some reason, despite having 2 lighters directly on my desk. The reason why I don't code during this part, by the way, is I'm actually sitting outside my window now. My mic arm bends just towards my window enough for me to pull that trick off. You will hear the chair move every so often still. That's just because my feet are resting on the chair. But yeah, so what we're going to be doing, and I'm using this time also just to get my head back into focus, is we need to get the particular neuron at this particular layer. Now, we have written functions to get neurons and layers before, or to get neurons before. Now, we need to check our layer to see if we have written a function in our layer to return a particular neuron within that layer. And I believe we have, because we returned the list of neurons, and we should also return the number, or should be able to return a neuron at a particular index. Now, as I say this, the issue that I'm realizing we're going to run into isn't that bad. It's the getting to that particular layer. Because if you remember, our layer refs are hidden from this class. So we can either write an interface, we could make this a friend of class, or we can write another function that allows us to communicate between them. Now, all of these classes have to work in tandem. Like, none of them are going to work alone. So, in terms of encapsulation, in terms of thinking, should I be using interfaces or not? Yeah, you could use interfaces, but because these classes really are all interlinked, you need them all to work together. Interfaces are going to be the best way to do this, I think. Sorry. That's not what I meant to say. The best way to do this will be just directly calling up a function within the layer. And then getting from that the neuron that we want. By the way, we're going to have another constructor probably, but we'll probably take care of that one in another stream because that constructor will be when we start handling actual data being brought in. We won't be able to test it until we do that because I need to figure out how we're going to set our data up so that it has the correct data and the incorrect, so it has correct data, i.e. what's its target, what's the expected value. And we'll likely start with just actually inputting pixel values in, handwriting. We'll then write a separate thing for reading in different file types. So PNG, bitmaps, what have you. So if it's an image instead of a text file, it will then have to parse the image up and convert it over to something that it can then pass into the network. Now, I'm just thinking, based on the code I wrote for the Udemy class I'm writing, because that code, I started to write that part of the code very early on. I think I did at least. I say that. I remember talking to one of my community members, Noxy, while working on it. Nox said it looked like it was very confusing to him. It was a simple function. I walked him through it. He understood it before I even walked him through it. I asked him to tell me what part he didn't understand. It was one of the variables. I explained the variable really quickly, like in 2 words. He got it right away. He was able to understand it. What was I working on? Alright, when I'm done with this smoke, I will sit and look at the Udemy project really quickly, just to see if it's in there. Alright, hang on. So if you can hear the chair moving, that was actually me falling back into the chair, so my windowsill, and me muting my camera, or my mic, instead of turning my camera back on. Yeah, literally. So you get, well, arms there. There's the shade. I was sat over there, hanging out my window talking to you. So, that random strand of hair on the side is driving me crazy, so I'm just gonna take it. That's the wrong strand. There we go. You know what? That did not work. Okay, there we go. Alright, so what we do with this... Oh, sorry, what I was going to do... I was going to check that Udemy code I mentioned a minute ago. I'd probably be in the prep code, knowing me, because I don't think I actually recorded that yet. I just don't know where I did this code at recently. I remember doing it. Seriously? I hate when you do this to me. Okay, I haven't done it in this file like I thought I did. Where the crap was I doing it? Hey Nox, if you're here, if you remember what I was working on? Because I don't remember where I wrote this code. And I'm just gonna go through my I didn't do it in this code because I've been working on this one outside of that variant number generator all on stream. And I remember thinking, oh, I should copy this function over and put it in the utils file, a folder. I remember thinking that. Oh, I know where it's at. It was in the project I was originally going to do for here, called Design Test, where I was trying out different designs for different network types. So yeah, it was this stuff, and I was going to update this bit to be functional. Okay. So that's what I was talking about earlier. Right. So what I was going to do was I was going to get the particular neuron, or the inputs, okay, hang on. So let's go to our layer first. Get neuron, we do have it. Okay, so we have a get neuron function. Didn't I just write a function in here a second ago? Like, am I just going crazy? Number of hidden neurons. Oh, network. I was in network. I don't have access to the layer. That's why I was... Okay. So there's our hidden layer. From our hidden layer, we need to get neuron. So it's going to be inline, and it's the number of inputs into that neuron we want. So let's pop open our neuron really quickly. Get number of inputs, that's what I'm looking for. And it's a uint32. Okay, that's the part I really wanted. uint32, get hidden neurons inputs. And so it's size t I, size t j, const, return, hidden layers ref at I. So we're now in the hidden layer. And the J will be the get neuron. Get neuron J. And then it is in the neuron, it is get number of inputs. Okay, what's the error this time? Hidden layer. We want layer master. Get neuron, that's right. Return hidden layer at this particular index. It's not a pointer, that's why. Okay. And that should still be a pointer. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought they were all pointers, which I was so confused. Only one of them was a pointer. Okay. So here what we're going to do for number of inputs into the neuron is we're going to call this function we just wrote up. And we're going to pass into it I. And then J. Of course, there's one small problem with that. I forgot to actually do this part. Okay, there we go. Hey, Sam. It was posted on the Discord and on Twitter, but it was kind of a surprise one. How are you doing today, by the way, Sam? Okay, so next what we're going to do is we're going to add in a weight. You're good? Glad to hear that, man. Sorry, I'm trying to remember if I'm doing this as a 1D vector or a 2D vector at the end of the day. And my brain is kind of going, you've done both! And I don't know which one you want to do today! And it's gonna drive me up the bloody wall while I think about this. Hey, now instead of watching me struggle doing someone else's tutorial, you're watching me struggle with my own coding. Okay, and I'm gonna blame the coronavirus on that one. Thank you, Omicron. I'm sorry, I'm thinking, and I'm trying to remember how I wanted to tackle this. I almost feel like I'm writing this to set up for a 2D design instead of a 1D design, and it's causing my brain to go math, numbers. Also, my head is boiling hot right now. I don't know how I can feel it, but I can feel my own face, like my own scalp radiating heat. I really don't feel well. You know what? I actually might approach this in a completely different way. What we're doing here is we're really just resizing it in a 2D vector sort of setup so that we can get what we can actually put weights in there. This is what we were doing in the other videos way back when. We're gonna come back to this one later on. We're gonna take care of the other parts first. We're gonna do let's just go over here for a second. We're gonna take care of this bit. Taking care of this. We're gonna set that, okay? Let's do that first. Which is not as simple as that sounds, by the way. It's actually more complex than the thing I'm like pausing on. I'm not joking, by the way. So this is going to be in public scope. So we're going to do a void set. I think we had it. And we need to pass into here our E. Loss. I'm looking right at it, and I couldn't remember what it was called. Loss measurement and loss. This is how unwell I'm feeling. I don't know what I want to name this goddamn input. Holy God. I am not feeling well if that's an issue. Okay. Sorry for the breathing, by the way. I'm trying to calm down a bit because my brain is screaming. And I'm bored, by the way. Bored, not bored here, but like bored if I wasn't doing this. That's why we're doing this. I'm just gonna call it calc type. Screw it. Alright. Oh, Terminator. Right. Let's now actually create this. And what we're gonna do is a switch. Calc type. Oh, it didn't do it. Come on, you sometimes do it. Other times you don't. Oh, man. Oh, wait, I'm not sure why I did that. No, I meant to do that. I think it's simple we do first. This way I have the order they go in. I really like when that thing works correctly. It makes me so happy. It's really sad how happy that actually makes me. And by the way, we're not going to do all these cases today. I'm not even entirely sure if I'm going to put them in here or inside the math utils. Sorry, if you just saw my face make a weird expression, it's because I was just thinking, why wouldn't I put it in the math utility file? What the hell, dude? That was an MSE, so we need MSA now. Okay. Yeah, I already see the error. And I think then after that, it's power. It's the last one we said we would do. Okay. Cool. So under simple, we're gonna do that thing, the name on the screen that I can't read for some reason. Overall general error. No. Degree. General error. No. Give me a second. I think I've done the wrong thing here. Sorry, we're trying not to swear. setting degree error general. We're setting degree error general. So this is going to be set overall error measure. Okay. And this is now degree general error is equal to 1. And we'll do the MSE case. And degree general error is 2. And MAE is 1. Hover and power. I'm not entirely sure how to tackle that because it will switch between the two. Legitimately, this isn't COVID brain. I'm not sure how I want to tackle that one. I didn't even think about adding those in until we did this. So yeah. As for square error, that is also 2. And n degrees error. N degrees error. N degrees error. I almost feel like that should be 1. In my notes, I don't actually say. You know why I'm confused, by the way? I forgot 2 variables. So there's actually 2 more related to this one that are both E loss, and one is you know what? General error measurement and overall error. Alright, we're actually going to change this up a bit. This will be E loss measurement MSE. And we're actually going to change this one to SSE for our squared error. Okay. And what we're doing here is we're setting our overall. No, we're setting our overall or our general. We're setting our general. And I'm just going to rename this as error type instead. Bring that over here. I know I could use a refactoring thing and just have renamed it that way. I did it before I thought. Okay, that's fine. That's all. Right. So this is going to be set. You know what? Hang on. We need to have 2 of these. We need set general error measure and set overall error measure. Okay, we have overall in there currently. Define. It didn't create, you did it? No, it did not. Cool. Okay. This isn't the full code, by the way, for these parts. Oh. I was like, why is that like giving me that error? You're part of the class. Okay, so set general error. We're passing in the error type. We're switching between the type. For simple, it's 1. For squared error, it is 1. And degrees, I'm not sure on. MSE is 2. MAE is 1. Power will fluctuate between the two. Our degree general error overall and the default will be 2. And then what we do after this is we then do the general error measurement. Yep, general error measurement is equal to our error type. Okay. This one, I really should just rename this one because I'm gonna have to rename all these parts now, is our overall error okay. Sorry, I paused there for a moment going, why wasn't I getting this error on the other ones? And I wasn't, because I did the right thing. It's degree overall error. Didn't I say Kobe braid on that one? So degree overall error, 1 for that. Also 1 for squared error. For n degrees, we'll leave it blank for now, which means it's going to be 2 for now. For MSE, 2. MAE, sorry, my vision's acting up there. MAE is 1. And then at the end of this one, what we're going to do is we're going to do the overall error measurement. Is there really that typo in the actual thing? Is equal to our error type. And yes, I literally was checking I hadn't made a mistake in something. Okay. So that's those two done. I'm in the wrong folder, file. I'm actually going to space these out so I know what I'm talking about. Okay. Let's take this comment. Go down the line, change this to overall. From there, from there, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cheat and go back to the original, the parent header. And sorry, I'm just trying to work out which one of the ones we're going to override first. Layer number in. Input neuron. No error. We're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do the order we did them in here. So let's just bring this over here. And we're going to get rid of the virtual, of course. We are going to add our keyword override, which, by the way, you don't need to do if you didn't know. And then we are going to define this. And clearly my brain is... Okay. Okay. I swear I did that. Hey, Sam, are you still here? And if so, are you watching? And if you are watching, did I not hit define? And did this thing not pop up earlier? Because I swear I did. I did? Okay. Did you happen to see what the name at this corner was? Or did I just not see this when I came back in? By the way, also earlier I said more than one layer. I just realized we're in the delta rule, not a learning algorithm in general. Delta rule only applies to one layer. So, what we're gonna do is check this thing. Nope. Check this thing. Hey, I included it even though I didn't use it. Good, because I actually need it now. I need the debug utils. So what we're gonna do is first we're gonna yell at the person if there's more than one layer. Don't worry about it. It's not a huge deal. You know, if I get it's a virtual function, so what would have happened was it would have made it in here somewhere, but it hasn't, and it would have given it the same thing I gave it on its own return anyway. So it's fine. It just my brain being brainy, or eyes not being eye. So we're gonna do a check here. Check this method is being used. So actually we're gonna put the comment elsewhere. I'm gonna do this first of if. If layer number in, sorry, I was reading like input neuron. I need layers. It's to the left. Just go to the left a little bit. Just go to the left. Thank you. By the way, let me know if I'm missing any messages as well, because you know from last time we found out the hard way that sometimes I miss messages. What the hell? What the literal hell? You know what I must have done? And I'm just looking at this. What I must have done was something really, really, sorry, I'm trying to get the, thingamajigger back on screen. Where? The can of monsters covering up the taskbar on that side. There is the chat. So yeah, no, I realized what I've done. I must have, instead of hitting define, I must have selected it and done peek at definition. Nope, because that's where I'm going to now. What's showing us is the declaration of it. So I must at some point have hit shown declaration or something. Because what you're seeing in there is the header file, and it's tagged line 58, and you know we're looking at line 58. Alright, so if number of layers in is greater than so I need to figure out if it's going to be 1 or 0. We want 1 layer, but I can't remember if I'm sizing this off an integer, in which 1 would be 1, or off a vector, in which case 0 would be 1. So, hidden layers is what we're looking at, because everything else is 1. Alright, just for now. So, if the number of layers in is greater than 0, then we're going to do our debug. And then our message will be delta rule cannot be applied with more than 1 layer network. Okay. Else, we are going to take the learning weight rate and trying to figure out how to explain batch versus online, which I didn't explain earlier. To simply finish the sentence, I was going to say we're going to take the learning weight and update our weights. How we update our weights is based on our batch method. There are other approaches, by the way, to that. To how the batch project, it's not called batch method. Batch is a method. What the hell did I name the variable here? Let's see here. Our mode. First, let's just take care of the easy parts, and I'll explain the rest as we go, because I've not taught this stuff before, this part of it, so I'm a bit not sure how to teach it, or how to talk about it yet, when I'm coding it. Well, I'm working with it, easy. Cool. So, what we're going to do is we're going to pair a new local variable called delta weight, so change in weight, and we're going to use the learning rate to set that. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to find my notes again because I lost the window. Prep notes. Documents. That is for something else. Go back. this my code? Oh, wow, that's old code of mine. Oh, wow. That's like 5 years old. Okay, that is clearly, by the way, not the right one I'm looking for. Just a heads up. Just, you know. That is also not what I meant to open. That is also not what I meant to open. Sorry, I'm digging through my old code and I'm just clicking random things. Yes, I zipped up a lot of my files, so I'm just... Well, I'm gonna come back to that one later. That actually is something I want to look at in my old code. But not what I'm looking for now. Is this what I'm looking for? Maybe. Cool, it is. Right, sorry, I found my notes. So what we're gonna do is we need to... Sorry, I'm trying to determine if I want to store the weights somewhere temporarily or update the weights individually. I've already started storing the weights. Why am I even thinking about this? So what we're gonna do in this case is we're going to use the... So we need the math util file. We probably need a neuron. Oh my god. Eventually I'll become more talkative while I'm thinking, but my brain does not let me talk while thinking. Otherwise I'm going to start saying words like neuron, vector, derivative, batch, online, mean standard error, mean squared error, mean absolute error, and they're going to be meaningless. By the way, that entire time my brain is shut off. Okay. So... Vision's playing tricks with me. And my contact is burning. Before I moved it, that is. So... we haven't resized it. That's what's throwing me for a loop. So we've not resized the vector. Paused on that because I was struggling to think how I was going to resize it. This is a helper function. It's being called by a different function. It's storing it there. Sorry, I had to just think for a second to remember what I was doing. Okay. Oh god, we are so iterating this. When I okay, the architecture in my head, I want to iterate this. Okay, so we're setting the delta thingamajigger. We are gonna want a neuron. So we're going to include okay. So we're gonna call we're going to create a neuron called neuron local, and I actually am going to use local in this case. Then we're going to go to the network. What the hell did I name it? Neural net. And from there, from the neural net, we're going to get output. Give me 1 second. Network. So this is where we did this a moment ago. So this is going to be a inline neuron get output neuron get output neuron size t I const return output layer get neuron I. Output layer ref is I think what I called it actually. It is. This returns neuron at index I in the output layer, and gets the number of inputs into a layer. Okay. Now, why do I want to get the neuron output? I forgot what I was doing again. Oh my god, my brain is really addled right now. Alright, restoring a neuron. That's what we're doing. So, okay. Neural net dot get output neuron. Oh, I added an index. Why did I add an index? And am I in a loop anywhere? Oh, shit. neuron in. I knew I wrote that in for a reason. I'm just, yeah. Okay. So switch. Got it to work that time. Sorry, I'm really happy that that worked. Ah. Little victories. Little victories. That's all that matters. Okay. Why are you giving me an error there? Cool. You're wrong, but cool. Right. So, for online, we're going to take the delta weight that we declared up there, and we are going to use our multiply equal sign. And then current record is what I named it. Sorry, it took me a minute to see it. It's like, I know I named it something. Okay, so current record is being used as an index right now, by the way. We're gonna go to error. And then we're gonna use adjust current record. Can't remember the name of it for a second. Dot this is why I'm so confused. I made a very big mistake at the start of this particular class file. You know how I said I feel like I'm trying to write 2D vector code for a 1D vector? Probably should have gone back and really thought about that for a second. And you know what gave it away to me was that prep file I had open from the Udemy course I'm writing. Because literally when I do this in the Udemy course, or the part before this actually, which we've done in a very different way than the Udemy course, it's a 2D vector. So let's fix my mistake. So this is a 2D vector. There we go. And new. Alright, we have error, general error, overall error, overall general error, which is something else. Did I skip my testing functions and errors? Or the members? Did I? Why? Did I put them in here? No. So I definitely did skip them. Okay. Right. So next we have a vector of vectors of doubles. And this is our testing error. And at this point, we just copy that instead of pasting onto it. And this is our testing general error. This is our testing overall error, and this is our testing general overall error. How I skip that is beyond you or me. We have our general error measurement type and our overall error measurement type. We have our current record. We have our new weights, which definitely should be a 2D vector. Okay. Okay, so now that we have as a 2D vector, things are starting to make a lot more sense to me, like why the math is so nested, and like, why are we doing nestings like this unless there's a nested vector? So yeah, clearly I really should have, the second I said this looks like 2D math for a 1D setup, I should have actually paused. I realized I did, and jumped to somewhere else. I should have paused and actually thought about it for a good moment or two, but I just completely went, I don't know what I've done wrong. I can't remember what I'm supposed to be doing. Here's a cookie. We're gonna do something else. All right. So, sorry, I need to check something completely unrelated. Okay, I wasn't sure if I had changed my Discord picture from my dog or my former dog, since it's dead now. So I pointed at the stairs, or at the wall. There's a wall there, and then stairs that way, because his urn's downstairs. Or to my Two Neurons logo. So, okay. I am sure I have made other massive mistakes. But hey, this makes a lot more sense to me now. Also, I want to double check if delta weight. We're gonna do at instead, and then at is not square brackets, it's round brackets. It's the neuron. Is it the neuron number or something else? So it is current record, and I think it's the neuron's number itself. So at neuron in. Okay. Don't worry about that yet. I'll explain that one in just a moment. Okay, we're then going to do a check when we get back from that new function. Where we do if our input in is less than the neuron local, the actual neuron, and its number of inputs. So get number of inputs. If it is, we are going to do delta weight multiplied by itself, or multiplied something itself multiplied by something else. And what we're going to do is, in the neural net, we're going to do get we need to get the input out of the neural net. So So we have our input values here. You know what? So if we go back here now, in our network, we can do get neural net get input singular, and we use input in. So we're going to do this right, get current record at that particular spot. We'll do our derivative function in a moment. Yeah, it's a derivative function. We then check if the input in is less than the number of inputs. If it is, then we take delta weight, multiply it by that input there, and we're done. And then we return, we'll do the batch in a moment. Neuron local. Did I declare it in the wrong spot? I did it. I know, I'm putting my return in the wrong spot, that's why. Okay, the return is one line up. Return neuron local dot get weight at input in plus delta weight. Sorry, I'm just gonna check something. I don't need someone to explain this thing I'm asking on Google. I need to see an example of what I'm thinking and just make sure I'm not going... Wow, I've actually Googled this before, apparently. Okay, sorry, give me 1 second. Y is 5. X is that. Okay. A is 5, 11 is B. That's what I thought. Okay. So I'm looking at some of the math examples for what I want to do. And I'm just double checking that I'm actually approaching this in the way that I have intended to. Also, before I do this, so I wanted to test. Initial value of reference to a non-const must have an L value. Neural net get output neuron. Neural net, so network. And that is get output neuron. Get output neuron. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how I just want to figure out if my solution, if this is not what I'm planning, or what I thought I'm planning. Actually, I'm just gonna deal with this one because initial value of non-const must be an L value. Okay. So, because I'm blanking on how to handle this, I'm gonna blame the Rona. Sam, what did you say? I missed your message. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, I'm also reading Discord as well, which is why I just kind of stared off into the middle of nowhere for a moment there. Okay, so what's going on here? Oh, okay, yeah, it's perfectly fine. I mentioned earlier, if the music's a bit loud, let me know. Better? You can also do this, and then I can actually raise the volume back up. How's that for you? neuron in. Get neuron output neural network. Good. Okay. Get output neuron. Get output neuron. Oh my god. Okay. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Did I delete the variable I actually want? No. I was looking at the wrong thing. That's why. Okay. I know there's still gonna be errors, but... Oh, it succeeded. Okay. Right, now that error is gone. You know what? We're just gonna leave that as is for now. Okay? We'll deal with it if I'm wrong about what I'm doing with it later on. Alright, let's write our batch learning function. Or part of it at least. Okay. So Let's make everything here. So delta weight error current at neuron in. We have to write that function still. And then if the input is less than the neuron local's number of inputs, we set the delta weight times multiplied by itself by the input at that neuron, and then we break and return that. So batch, the much lovelier one. Actually, you know what? Before we do batch, we have to do this function first, because that's actually the first thing it calls up. And it is, you're welcome by the way, and it is the thing that we use throughout. So yeah, let's go take care of that. In fact, we need to write both those functions as two, technically. And they're both derivative-based sort of functions. So we have They're on master. And these are going to be public. And it's related to training. Oh, cool. They're all public. This is going to be... All right, we need one for our... Oh, I skipped one of these. So say, where's my single one? Where do I put it? At the very start. Okay. Let's take care of this one first. Okay. Right. Okay, whatever. I'm just whatever. Okay. So this is a derivative. We need to do double output BA before activation. Temp out output before activation. What did I actually call it in here? Did I think I called it raw output or something? Oh, there it is. Yeah, output before activation is what I called it. So yeah, local. And we're going to default that out to 0. We'll then do if number of inputs is greater than 0, and if weights Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm gonna look up how I wrote this earlier. Yeah, that's how I did it. Empty. Okay. Try that again. There we go. If weights aren't empty, then what we'll do is for size t I is 0, I is less than or equal to the number of inputs, then I iterate through, or come on, as we iterate through. Wow, I'm an idiot. It's literally just this. We're doing this again, but it is that we're doing there. Okay, and then from here, space. Great scope. We want to return the no, we don't. We have more math we're going to do at this stage. And you know what? My brain is too fried for me to think this through right now. I am really struggling to focus. I think this is the point where I might need to call it, because I just can't keep my brain from wandering off, and yeah, I'm just really struggling. I am sorry. Like, I can't think clearly. I have lost my place 3 or 4 times today already in my own code. And when I say I lost my place, like, I don't mean those minor points where I forgot what the name of a variable that I'm looking at is, which is a problem in and of itself, but I've forgotten what architecture I have done. I'm looking at the documents for them on the other screen, and I can see it, and I'm still making mistakes. And then I am forgetting what variables I've declared, what their names are, things like that, even when I'm looking at them. I'm thinking that, yeah, this is definitely the spot where I'm going to call it. Because of how muddled this code is right now and what I've done to it, I'm torn between not committing it for now and resuming this as a live stream later on, or just fixing this up sometime later today or tomorrow and committing it then. I'm not sure what I'll do, but my brain power is definitely flagging a fair bit here, and it's causing all sorts of weird issues with my ability to code. Sorry, again, kind of zoned out there. Like, yeah, yeah, I'm definitely gonna call it here. I'm not thinking clearly. Sorry about that, and I will try this again when I am feeling a bit better. That said, thank you for being here. Thank you for spending time with me. Thank you for your understanding around my brain slowly dying in my head. Yeah, I forgot my usual outro. I remembered it as I said I forgot my usual outro, but that pause before I said whatever I said a few seconds ago, I had forgotten what the outro is. So, now that I do remember it, I look forward to seeing you in either the next tutorial or non-tutorial based live stream, and I hope that you have a wonderful day.